Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Govra Premanande. Vishwambar Prabhu.
अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की पाद परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद डिवाइन ग्रेस भक्ति सिद्धांत सस्ति गोस्वामी महाराज की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य से हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की ब्रज भूमि वृंदावन धाम की मैपुर नवद्वीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जगन्नाथ स्वामी की गंगा मई की यमुना मई की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की हरि नाम संकीर्तन की संकीर्तन यज्ञ की हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की समावेत भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees, glories to assembled devotees, all glories to assembled devotees, all glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga, all glories to Sri La Prabhupada.
I've seen them before in India. Uh-huh. Nice to have you visiting. How long will you be here? Traveling through today? And your name, Prabhu? Ishan Krishna Das? And this gentleman? Prananath Das. Where are you visiting from? From New Orleans Temple. Oh, so that's very nice. You came. Uh-huh. Who is the president now? Before they brought the deities here, when there was a big flood, there was one brahmachari from... Yeah, Nandan. Yeah, very nice. Everyone is okay in New Orleans? Okay. Great to have you both here. You're from Mayapur? Both of you? Very nice. You're disciples of Bhakti True Maharaj? Nice. Hare Krishna. Okay, well, thank you for playing cartels and singing with me.
Very nice kirtan. You are here every Wednesday? No. Oh, okay. What about Janmashtami? It's a Friday.
My life is in
Oh, yeah. For sure.
take off now. Get some surgery.
Uh-huh. So we'll have a short kirtan and then Srimad Bhagavatam. So nice mridanga and harmonium. Hare Krishna. जय राधा माधवा कुंज विहारी जय राधा माधवा कुंज विहारी गोपीजना वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी गोपीजना वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदानंदन व्रज जन रंजन यशोदानंदन व्रज जन रंजन यमुना तीरा वनचारी यमुना तीरा वनचारी जय राधा माधवा कुंज विहारी जय राधा माधवा कुंज विहारी हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Kala Chanji Radha, Kala Chanji Radhe. Jai Radha, Kala Chanji Radha, Kala Chanji Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jai Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajakacarya. Ashtuta Shata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace. Abhay Charnara Vinda Bhakti Vedant Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajakacarya. Ashtuta Shata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace. Bhakti Siddhanta Satya Maharaja ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki. नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की जय, वृंदावन धाम की जय, मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जय, जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय, जगन्नाथ स्वामी की जय, गंगा मई की जय, यमुना मई की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, तुलसी महारानी की जय, हरि नाम संकीर्तन की, संकीर्तन यज्ञ की, हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की, श्रीमद् भागवतम महाग्रंथ की, समावेत भक्त वृंद की. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru, Sri Gaurang. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 17, Text number 20. Apratyada nirdeshyat iti keshvapi nishchaya atranurupam rajarshi vimrisha swamanishaya apratyada nirdeshyat iti keshvapi nishchaya अत्रानुरूपं राजर्षि विमृश्य स्वमनीषया अप्रतख्यादनिर्देश्यात् इति केष्वपि निश्चया अत्रानुरूपं राजर्षि विमृश्य स्वमनीषया अप्रत्यार्कात्, beyond the power of reasoning. Anirdeshyat, beyond the power of thinking. Iti, thus, keshu, someone, api, also, nishchaya, definitely concluded. Atra, herein, anurupam, which of them is right? Rajarshe, O sage amongst the kings, Vimrisha, judge yourself, Swa, by your own, Manishaya, power of intelligence. Translation: there are also some thinkers who believe that no one can ascertain the cause of distress by argumentation, nor know it by imagination, nor express it by words. O sage amongst kings, judge for yourself by thinking over all this with your own intelligence. So who is speaking this? Dharma personified. Dharmaraj. Religion personified. And he is talking to Parikshit Maharaj, Rajarshi. So many different ways. So the question is, who to blame for this disaster, for this great sinful activities or offenses or trouble. If there is any trouble in your life, who are you going to blame? So that's the question. And Dharma is answering. So this is part of the answer. That different people are thinking and giving their conclusions in different ways. Purport. The Vaishnavas, the devotees of the Lord, do believe, as above explained, that nothing can take place without the sanction of the Supreme Lord. He is the Supreme Director, for he confirms in Bhagavad Gita 15:15 that he is all-pervading Paramatma, stays in everyone's heart and keeps vigilance over all actions and witnesses all activities. The argument of the atheist that one cannot be punished for one's misdeeds unless proved before a qualified justice is refuted herein. For we accept the perpetual witness and constant companion of the living being, A living being may forget all that he might have done in his past or present life. But one must know that in the same tree of the material body, the individual soul and the supreme soul as Paramatma are sitting like two birds. One of them, the living being, is enjoying the fruits of the tree, whereas the supreme being is there to witness the activities. Therefore, the Paramatma feature, the supreme soul, is actually the witness of all activities of the living being, and only by his direction can the living being remember or forget what he might have done in the past. He is therefore both the all-pervading impersonal Brahman and the localized Paramatma in everyone's heart. He is the knower of all past, present, and future, and nothing can be concealed from him. The devotees know this truth, and therefore they discharge their duties sincerely, without being overly anxious for rewards. Besides that, one cannot estimate the Lord's reactions, either by speculation or by scholarship. Why does he put some into difficulty and not others? He is the supreme knower of the Vedic knowledge, and thus is the effectual Vedantist. At the same time, he is the compiler of the Vedanta. No one is independent of him, and everyone is engaged in his service in different ways. In the conditioned state, such services are rendered by the living being under the force of material nature, whereas in the liberated state, the living being is helped by the spiritual nature and in the voluntary loving service of the Lord. There is no incongruity or inebriety in his actions. All are on the path of absolute truth. Bhishma Dev correctly estimated the inconceivable actions of the Lord. The conclusion is, therefore, that the sufferings of the representative of religion and the representative of the earth, as present before Maharaj Parikshit, were planned to prove that Maharaj Parikshit was the ideal executive head because he knew well how to give protection to the cows, the earth, and the Brahmanas' religious principles, the two pillars of spiritual advancement. What are the two pillars of human spiritual advancement? The cows and Brahmanas, or the earth and the religious principles. Brahmanas, they are for the religious principles, and cows are compared with the earth. The two pillars of spiritual advancement. Everyone is under the full control of the Lord. He is quite correct in his action when he desires something to be done by someone, irrespective of the consideration of the particular case. Maharaj Parikshit was thus put to test for his greatness. Now let us see how he solves it by his sagacious mind. So it is left up to Maharaj Parikshit to decide what should be the next step, what should be the punishment. And Prabhupada is mentioning here that although there is a court system and the judge is giving the judgment, but beyond that there is always a witness. There are actually so many witnesses, but the particular witness that is mentioned here is the super soul. So super soul is always watching you. Whatever you have done in this life or past lives, everything is known to the super soul, Paramatma, because he is just watching as a witness. Sakshi. And the living entity is trying to enjoy in the material world. And the more he is trying to enjoy, the more he suffers. So that's the idea here. There are so many other ideas also. So we'll discuss them all. If you have any question or comment regarding this particular topic, you're most welcome to address. Om Agyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakya Chakshurunmilitam Yana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So, if you want to ask the question now, you can ask. Something is in the family. Yeah, this is a very good point you are addressing, and that is also the main topic of this chapter. So, as now we discuss this particular topic that you have addressed and this chapter is addressing, so we will go step by step and then further you can add or ask or put some more comments. So we will go accordingly. So what you are saying is that uh, even if on a personal level, if somebody has problems or some family problems or some different challenges, situations, then how far he is responsible, how far the government is responsible, the other authorities are responsible or not. So that is exactly the topic of also today's verse. It's a related topic. So everybody in present day and age, which is Kali Yuga, 5,000 years old, is having some problems, one or the other. It could be personal problem, family, community, country problem, etc. So on every level, the humanity is facing challenges that is well known. Anybody can see that there are problems individually also and collectively. So the question is, what is the cause of these problems and distress, disturbances? The major disturbances could be like wars and famine, earthquakes, tsunami, etc. Those are the major ones that affect hundreds or thousands of people. So they are major calamities. But small calamities also come. Family, somebody is dying or somebody is losing the job. Somebody has a business loss. Somebody is going through a divorce. Somebody has children problems. Somebody has parent problem, etc., etc. So we have to now, the problems we know in Kali Yuga are intense. Intensity increases as the time progresses. So here Parikshit Maharaj, being the well-wisher, he is the king, he is the emperor of the whole world. So he wants all the people to be free from problems. Just like Lord Ramchandra during his reign, he did not want any of his citizens in any kind of distress or trouble. So that was, and he dedicated, he sacrificed his whole life for that purpose, that in my kingdom no one should be unhappy. Everybody should be very happy, satisfied, and they can have whatever they want. And it is my duty to provide to all my citizens like they are my own children. That was his, that's how he lived as a king, as an ideal king. So he ruled for maybe 13,000 years or something in Ayodhya. So that's well known. And Parikshit Maharaj, same thing. Yudhishthir Maharaj also same thing. So these are called the Rajarshis. They are sages, but they have the position of a king. They have noble character. They don't have any selfish agenda. They don't have anything to gain. But they want to do perfect duty, whatever duty is given to them. So as the duty was given to them as the king or the emperor, so they were successful because the citizens were happy. Nobody had any complaint. So that was in the previous ages. Now, Parikshit Maharaj, just the Kali Yuga was starting, because actually Kali Yuga already started when Lord Krishna was there, but Kali Yuga could not enter on the earth because of presence of Krishna. When Krishna left, then Kali Yuga came in one corner of the earth and wanted to spread his kingdom. But that time Parikshit Maharaj spotted him and he stopped him. And this is where this chapter is, that Parikshit Maharaj now is chastising Kali, and he's not allowing Kali to spread like what we see today, spread everywhere. You can see Kali as soon as you walk out of the temple. You can see him walking everywhere. So that was that time, Parikshit Maharaj, he is very powerful, pure devotee of Lord Krishna, so he is able to stop the Kali and chastise him and punish him. But everybody now, if you go, the common man, he is most probably captured by the Kali. The influence of Kali is there, and his brain or his mind or his consciousness is polluted heavily. And under the heavy influence of Kali, what happens with the person? He is almost like a half madman. Kama, Krodha, Mada, Moha, Lobh, Matsarja. The 6 enemies in the heart are dancing and punishing the person. That is the major effect of Kali. So many demoniac influences are dancing in the heart. And the person wants to be angry and punish somebody, or be greedy and cheat somebody. So many ways he's acting to hurt others, damage others, kill somebody, kill the innocent people or innocent animals. So many bad ideas are constantly coming in his mind and he's trying to execute those ideas. Why? Because he's totally captured by Kali and consequently the demoniac influences. So, how now what is the solution? Because as long as he's captured by the influence of Kali, he will hurt himself and he will hurt others. So that cycle keeps going on and on, and then the whole society becomes miserable. The distress is spreading everywhere. Problems are coming up everywhere, and the politicians or the governments, they cannot do anything. Because many of them, most of them are also captured by Kali. So how they can release somebody from the influence of Kali? So it is a very big challenge in today's atmosphere. That is the, now here Parikshit Maharaj and Dharma, religion personified. Because Dharma, religion personified, his Kali was trying to cut his legs and hurt him or kill him. So then the question was that who do you think, who has done this to you? Who is responsible for this great offense that is committed upon you? So Dharma is answering. And he says that actually nobody is responsible. It is the time factor. His main answer is going like that. Here, in different ways, he is giving the answer. But his final conclusion is that it is the under the influence of time, everything happens. And time is controlled by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, because it is the Kali Yuga time, before that it was Treta Yuga time. Before that it was Dwapar Yuga, Satya Yuga. So this cycle goes on. So if the Kali is supposed to be on the Earth's planet, and then people will be naturally be affected. And these time cycles are arranged ultimately by the Supreme Lord. So you cannot say, okay, then the Supreme Lord is responsible because he arranged the time cycles. Why the time cycles are arranged like that? Because the conditioned souls who come to the material world, they have a tendency to gradually degrade themselves. Although they are given opportunity to upgrade themselves, that opportunity is always there. That is also arranged by the Supreme Lord. But they may take or they may not take. Very few people probably will take up that opportunity to upgrade themselves. So they will be happy. But most of the people not knowing, so ignorance, out of ignorance, they will degrade themselves and they'll suffer more. So that's why these yuga cycles keep going down and down from Satya to Treta to Dwapar to Kali. By the end of Kali, it's very miserable, horrible kind of existence. Human society degrades so much because they have a natural tendency to go out and try to enjoy with their senses. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Yai sansparshaja bhoga, 522. Dukha yonaya evate, adyantavanta kaunteya na teshu ramate buddha. That this sansparshaja bhoga, as you try to enjoy more with your senses, Krishna says, this is the birthplace of your miseries. Dukha yonaya evate. And whatever has the beginning and end, those things you try to capture, you're going to be miserable. These things are adi and antavat, adyantavanta, not teshu ramate. If you are an intelligent person, you will not be interested in this suffering cycle. The more you try to enjoy the material world, more you'll have to suffer. That's just natural phenomenon. That's how it works in the material nature. It's not the spiritual world. It's not the spiritual nature where you can enjoy unlimitedly and there's no reaction. It's not like that at all. It's totally opposite. So that rule, Krishna is clarifying in so many ways in Bhagavad Gita, but specifically in this verse, he says, don't get interested in sense gratification. It's going to hurt you. You're going to suffer. So that's his advice. Some people, they will take the advice. Some people, they won't. They will go out and perform horrible activities or sinful activities. And supposing there is somebody is a thief or a dacoit, he thinks nobody's watching me, I can steal. I can kill somebody. Who's going to know about it? So there is always so many, the sun or the moon, or there are so many different witnesses that are described that are watching you. But the main witness here is this super soul who is sitting right next to you by the soul. So the super soul knows everything, not only what you're doing right now, but what you did yesterday, what you did so many years back, or this lifetime, or previous lifetimes. Everything, because he has been watching you since time immemorial. Since you came to this material world, he has been with you. He is your next door neighbor. Not next door neighbor even, he is the closest one to you. Nobody can be as close and intimate as he is, the super soul. So, in the Upanishads is described, and so many examples are there. Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is also explaining in so many ways. So he says, be careful. Before you try to hurt somebody, before you try to do something bad, just know that everything is recorded and you will be accountable for your action. Yamaraj, in the court of Yamaraj, you will be given the whole account and then the punishment. Whatever good you have done, you will be rewarded. Whatever bad you have done, there will be a punishment for it. If you have killed one chicken in your life and ate the chicken, then that chicken has gotten the right to kill you and eat you up. You gave him the right. So like that, any living entity, you kill and eat him up, then you think nobody's watching. I just went in the backyard and when nobody was around, I killed the chicken, came inside the kitchen and cooked it. Who's going to know? No, so many people already know, and the super soul definitely knows. So it's recorded that you have done this harm to this one person, this living entity. Now, that person gets the right to punish you also, give you the same punishment. So this cycle keeps going till the person comes to knowledge. So Krishna is giving that knowledge in Bhagavad Gita, but how many people want to listen to Krishna? How many people want to open Bhagavad Gita? Not many. So that's also another problem, that even though this information and this science is described in very detail, and Krishna says, Maya dakshana prakriti suyate sachratana hetunanena kaunteya jagat viparivartate. This whole material world is going on under my supervision, Maya adhyakshana prakriti. The material energy is working under my jurisdiction, according to my desire. And whatever I have instructed her, she's acting accordingly. And everybody is taking birth according to their karma within this material nature. So I am running the whole show. I am the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Ishvara Parama Krishna. Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo. I am the origin of everybody. I am maintaining everybody. Just if you know this, if you have full knowledge about how I am the Supreme Personality, and you learn how to act properly and not make mistakes, then you can be a free man. As long as you keep making mistakes, you will have to have some kind of education. You will have to go through some reformatory system. So, how that happens is a sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishto matta smritir jnanam apohanam cha vedaischa sarvaya hameva vedya vedanta krit veda videva chaham. I am sitting in everybody's heart as Paramatma, Super Soul. And I am watching everybody. So that is also 15:15. And I am giving the forgetfulness, and by me also is the memory. If you wake up in the morning and you open your eyes and you then think, where am I? Okay, I'm in Dallas. For a few seconds, it may be like, where is it? Where am I? But then the consciousness comes up and you start remembering, okay, last night I was sleeping in this house and now I'm waking up. Let me turn on the light so I can see around. So who is waking you up? That is Paramatma. Who put you to sleep? That is also Paramatma, Super Soul. While you were in sleep, you forgot what is the around you, the reality, the world around you. You totally forgot, and you went in the dream world, and you went here and there, and you had so many other experiences. So all of these things happening because of the presence of Paramatma. So Krishna says, I am that Paramatma. I am from, that is the Kshirodakshai Vishnu form of Lord Krishna. First form is Mahavishnu, Karanshai. Second form is Garbhodakshai, and from third one is the Kshirodakshai. So that Kshirodakshai Vishnu form is the Paramatma Super Soul form that is staying with us. And Krishna is clarifying in so many ways. So he says ultimately all the Vedas, the purpose is to know me. And I'm the creator of these Vedas also. And I'm also the knower of the Vedas. So nothing is hidden from me. And I give knowledge. I'm the source of knowledge. I give knowledge to whoever wants the knowledge. So this knowledge in Srimad Bhagavatam is very concisely described in like sutra form. Brahma Sutras are like mathematical formulas. So similarly, some of these formulas you find in Srimad Bhagavatam, because Bhagavatam is the explanation of the Vedanta Sutra. 1:11 Bhagavatam says, Vadanti tat tattvavidam tattvam yad tad jnanamadvayam brahmeti paramatma iti bhagwan iti shabdate. That tattvavid, those who know the truth, they describe the supreme absolute truth in three different forms. The light, Brahman light. Then the next one is Paramatma, the super soul. And the more further you make advancement, then Bhagwan iti. Then the Bhagwan, Krishna's two Bhagwan Swayam, Lord Krishna, you understand. So in three stages you can understand the supreme absolute truth. So that is the purpose of human life, but in Kali Yuga, most of the people, they don't know what is the purpose of human life anyways. And they try in different ways, so many ways. Some people even want to solve the problems of life, my own problem, family problem, or even country problem, by some previous means. I remember there was a war in 1962 between India and China. So in this particular war, China, they had all the nice, wonderful, most modern weapons given by Russia. And India, the army, the military, the war was in the Himalaya mountains. There's a long border, Himalaya. So different places, the China attacked in Ladakh, that is near Kashmir. So the mountains are filled with ice, very, very high altitude mountains. And there is so much ice there, below freezing temperatures. And the Indian soldiers don't even have proper shoes, don't have proper clothing for the cold weather. And the rifles they have is from the Britishers' time, 50-year-old rifles. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work. And they're fighting against the Chinese, who are very well equipped. So what happened? The Chinese military came and slaughtered the Indians like crazy. Massively. It was a very, very humiliating defeat for the Indian army. And anyway, that's the history. 1962 it happened. They were going to capture more of the part of India, but then America intervened. John Kennedy, he intervened and he sent some help and everything. So the war stopped. But the idea is that because the Indian army did not have proper weapons, no machine guns, no airplanes. Now, if you see on the other side of the border, for example, there is that side military, they have the most modern airplanes lining up. They're building towns, military towns and camps and bunkers, and they have drones and they have missiles and rockets and everything. So what do you do on your side? You sit tight and wonder what's going to happen now. Oh, they're not going to fight with us. They're just trying to show us their weapons. You're going to think like that? Or you're going to seriously think we got to do something about the situation is getting serious. They are gathering up the most modern technology weapons right next to the border. They're building towns filled with military weapons. So we better do something, right? And something small is not going to help. If we bring the Britishers rifles, 50-year-old rifles, not going to work. So we have to have also something equivalent, at least, if not superior weapon system. So same thing is there in Kali Yuga. A lot of people, they try different things. Some people say, let's try meditation. It worked in Satyuga, so why can't it work now? It's like using a 50-year-old British rifle. It's not going to work. So Bhagavatam and all the Vedic books, they make it very clear that if you use the old-time technologies, they're not going to work. What is the most modern technology that works in Kali Yuga? That was introduced by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by the way. Tyaktva sudustaja surepsita rajya lakshmim dharmishta arya vachasa yadagadharanyam maya mrigam daita ipsita anvadavat vande mahapurushte charanarvindam. That Mahapurush, that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he gave up his wife, he gave up his loving mother, he gave up his town, And he took sannyas at the age of 24. He left all his friends and relatives, family, everything. Why? Because he was feeling for these suffering souls of Kali Yuga. These suffering souls were getting into more trouble. So Maya Mrigam, they were running after Maya, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is running after them to catch them, to release them from the snare of Maya. That's the verse. 11.5.34 Srimad Bhagavatam. Tyaktva sudustujas suripsita. That his wife was so beautiful and goddess of fortune that the demigods are worshipping and hankering for her favor. How nice it would be if Lakshmi ji can favor us a little bit. We'll have so much good life, so much opulence, so much money. So all the demigods, they depend on the mercy of Lakshmi ji. But that Lakshmi ji is serving Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his family life, Grihastha life, at his home. And he gave her up in the middle of the night. He just left home. Why? It wasn't that he hated his wife and he hated his mother, that's why he left town. No. He loved them a lot, but because he saw the suffering of the Kali Yuga people. So to introduce the Kali Yuga Dharma, what is the Kali Yuga Dharma? Nama vinu Kali Kale nahi ar Dharma sarva mantra sar nam ei shastra marma. All the Shastras, all the Vedas declare unanimously, Nama Venu Nahi, Kali Kale. That in Kali Yuga, only thing that works is the Nam, Hari Nam, Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Nam, Eva Kevalam. Only Hare Krishna Mahamantra will work. Kalau naste gatiranyatha. Nothing else will work. So many proofs are there in our books, in the Sanatan Dharma books, like Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, and Srimad Bhagavatam. But nobody knew about it, or people, even if knew, they didn't pay attention. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came and he brought this out from the books. And he said, look, my Guru Maharaj told me to chant this Mahamantra. Now I'm telling you. You also please chant this Mahamantra very nicely like I'm chanting. So how to chant? He said, I'm giving you the 8 shlokas, the Sikshashtakam. That is how you chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. You learn from the Sikshashtakam. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he showed by his example and by his instructions. He told us what is the actual most modern weapon that will work in Kali Yuga. When all the other weapons will fail, all the other systems will fail, then only one thing will work. So whoever has 100% faith and he keeps on working on making this perfect, then he can be free from Kali Yuga influence. Otherwise, everybody will feel the influence of Kali Yuga. That's bound to happen. Nobody can remain free and nobody can claim that on my own I can achieve victory over Kali Yuga. What is Kali Yuga in front of me? What is material nature? What is Maya Devi in front of me? I can capture her anytime. I can win over her anytime. She's just a woman. I am such a powerful man. It's not like that. Nobody has been able to win over Maya Devi so far. So many people have tried. Nobody has been able to win on Kali Yuga. So many people tried. Big people, big yogis, sages, what to speak of ordinary people. Even demigods, they come here on the earth planet. They have a hard time. So, only person who takes full shelter of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Guru Maharaj, in ISKCON, and Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and one more thing, Srimad Bhagavatam. कृष्णे स्वधामोपगते धर्म ज्ञानादि विसह कलौ नष्ट दिशामेश पुराणार्को अधुनो देता. After Krishna left the planet Earth, what is the one thing that's where Krishna is perfectly present? Srimad Bhagavatam. And the other thing is his holy name, Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Only these two things. Lord Krishna is fully present, so Kali cannot touch Srimad Bhagavatam. Wherever there is Srimad Bhagavatam discussion, Kali cannot come. And wherever there is Harinam Sankirtan, Kali cannot enter. So that is the rule. Iti Shodashakam Namna Kali Kalmashanashanam Nato Partaropaya Sarva Vedeshu Drishyate. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So these 16 names, Shodashakam Namna, that destroys all the problems of Kali, Kali Kalmashanashanam. Nato Partaropaya, there is no other upaya, there is no other means, nothing will work. Nato Partaropaya, Sarva Vedeshu Drishyate. All the Vedas are declaring again and again. So, intelligent people, they take full advantage, they understand thoroughly and take full advantage of Bhagavatam and Hare Krishna Mahamantra and always remain free from Kali Yuga. The rest of the people, they will have to suffer till they come to the realization and they practice the Kali Yuga Dharma. Kali Yuga Dharma is Harinam Sankirtan. So, I will stop here. If you have more further questions, because he asked the questions before also. So let's see his question, then yours. Okay. Yeah. 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 Given up? Yeah. Faith is broken. Faith cannot be broken. See, the faith, if you have the real faith, can never be broken. It will be strengthened more and more. The more troubles you go through, the more faithful you will become. The more stronger you will become. The struggle is there to help you. In the life, we get struggle. That's the nature of the material world. The more the struggle is like, you going to the gym, the more you do the workout, the more muscles you develop. Somebody says, I do so much in the gym, weightlifting and everything, and I lose my muscles. Something is going wrong. Something is not working right. He's not applying the right formula. So, the struggle should make you more stronger. So somebody, in the beginning, people have some initial faith that is very delicate. That's all. That's almost like having no faith, but there is some faith, little bit, like a reflection of faith. It's not actual faith. If there is actual faith, it never can be broken. Believe me. So actual faith comes at the Nishtha platform. Before that, the faith may be like this and that, like anybody can break your faith. Somebody insults you, my faith is broken. Somebody died in my family, I don't believe in God. I lost my job, now I don't believe in God. What it has to do with God? Your job and all of these things, it has nothing to do with God. Why you are attaching these things with God? So that kind of faith is initial, very beginning faith, and that's not actual faith. The real faith starts at Nishtha. And even at Nishtha platform, it's not very strong. It's strong, but not strong enough. Then later on, when you go into the Ruchi, Rati, Bhava, and Prema, then your faith is the strongest. At the Bhava platform, your faith is like unbroken. It can still break, but in a very rare case. And even if it breaks, then Krishna will again join it back very quickly. So Bhava is almost guaranteed. And Prema, there's no question of breaking the faith. The more you have suffering, the more you are enjoying the suffering. Even in the prema stage, there is no thing as suffering. Because you think it's Krishna is playing with me. Fine. Like Gaur Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj. The village boys were throwing stones at him. And he was completely absorbed in Krishna Leela and he was seeing them as cowherd boys. In Mayapur and Navdeep. So even somebody insulted him, he didn't care. Nothing hurt him, nothing affected him. Physical abuse did not even affect him. And he didn't even care for the outside world. So that is a very high level kind of faith that is developed already in his consciousness. So nobody can break his faith because nothing will break him. He is not expecting anything from the material world. From the material energy, he doesn't want anything. So those are our acharyas, they are the topmost examples. They all of them are like that. So Vairagya Vidya, so they have utmost Vairagya, they have no material hankering. See, the faith, somebody's faith is broken, that means he still has some material expectation, some material attachment. He wants something from this material world. And Krishna says, as long as you want something from the material world, you're going to suffer. Adyantavanta kauntaya. It is dukkha yona. It's going to hurt you. He says it's guaranteed. It's in the system. The more you expect from this material world, the more you're going to suffer. The material world is there to make you suffer. That's the purpose why the material energy is there. So why you expect something from her? Don't expect, just pay your obeisances. Whatever comes is fine. I'm happy. I'm happy because I can serve Krishna, I can chant Hare Krishna, I can serve the Vaishnavas, etc. I can serve Bhagavatam. I'm happy. So that the devotee, he puts all his dependence, everything on these things and not on the material circumstances. That if the devotee makes the mistake to put his faith in the material things, or okay, if this material thing doesn't work out, if the stock market goes down, then then I don't have faith in God. But what the stock market has to do with God? But people, in India, you will find a lot of people like that. So they are applying in the wrong way. You know what I mean? Okay, yes, Prabhu. Translation? There are also some thinkers who believe that no one can ascertain the cause of distress by arguments. Apratakyat, beyond the power of reasoning. Anirdeshyat is beyond the power of thinking. Anirdeshya is beyond the power of thinking. Thinking and reasoning? What is the difference is tarka. Tarka means, the logicians, what they use? What do they use? Logicians. Logic, so that is reasoning. Tarka. And nirdeshya means what is coming from the mind, the thinking process, the brain, what your mind is thinking. That is, reasoning is something more than just thinking. Logic, it's a tarka. You can think anything, yeah. Huh? Yeah, and then there is imagination also. So imagination is like something beyond thinking. I'm imagining that I'm God. That's the final imagination. So it has nothing to do with the reality, but I'm just imagining. I'm imagining I'm Bill Gates. So imagine, you can imagine anything you want. Like what? Doesn't cost you any money. Yeah, with all of these things, he says that it does not matter, nor this nor that, nor it can be expressed by words. Uh, just judge yourself by thinking over all this, and with your own intelligence, you decide that why this happened to me. Who did this? The question was, who did this to you? So he didn't want to blame anybody. See, devotee also has that mentality. Devotee never wants to blame anybody. So finally he said, it's the kala, it's the time cycle. That's why it's happening. Yeah. Yes, the same person. Yeah. Yes. Or he could be Yamaraja's agent also. Sometimes, the same word is used for as Dharmaraj or Yamaraj, but actually the Yamaraj may be, somewhere else, but he sends his representative, so his assistant or somebody. In few cases you find like that, but I'm not sure which personality it is, but Dharma means Dharmaraj. No, no, no. Dharma is not spiritual being. Dharmaraj is one of the 12 Mahajans. He's he's a big personality, and he has a whole department. He has a whole court system to punish you. If you have to go to his court, then of course whatever mistakes you made, you will get the punishment. So he has his whole department, Dharmaraj. So that's how it's described in our books. It's possible. I don't know where the court is. You can say it's a Supreme Court for the material, for the. I may have been taken there before, I'm sure, but I don't remember now which Supreme Court where they took me and all that. But I hope I don't have to go back there. But anyways, that's up to Krishna. So. Yeah. Yeah, the more pious activities you perform, the more you will be punished. Because along with the pious activities, you are also doing impious activities. And you are not punished for the pious activities, but the impious activities you are performing in India, you will get more punishment. Just like if you go in the kitchen and you bring all the dirty stuff there, and the meat and all kinds of bad stuff, then you are doing a much worse thing than, because you are like, making your kitchen like a slaughterhouse by bringing. So the kitchen is supposed to be a pure place where, you're supposed to make nice things and offer it to the Lord. That's why the kitchen is there. But you're not supposed to pollute it by some filthy things or some garbage, pick it up from the garbage and, make a dirty thing there. You're not supposed to. So India being the Punya Bhumi, the land of the sages and great saintly personalities, you're supposed to keep it clean and not make it dirty. But if you do impious activities, like if you go in a Tirtha Dham and you do impious activities, then you will get the punishment also. And that may be even heavier than you make some dirty things in a dirty place. No, pious is different department, impious is a different department. The Indians, they get more punishment compared to others because it's the land of the sages and saintly personalities, and the more dirt you throw there, the more you're going to be punished. It- and see, in China, the Vedic religion may not be there, but as they get the knowledge and then they commit the mistakes, then they will also get it, the punishment. Ukraine and Russia both have temples. Yeah, both of them have devotees. Yes. They have both of them have temples, and there are many devotees in both places. Yeah. Yeah, but devotees are not interested in this fighting. It's the politicians and the military people who are doing the war. It's not. I don't think it's the devotees are doing the war. What's that? No. I'm not saying anything. Only you are saying so far. What I'm saying is that devotees, they are not interested in getting involved with Kali Yuga things. They have no interest. But that does not mean that devotee, he will never become like Yudhishthir Maharaj or Parikshit Maharaj. But that's a different topic. That's right now, devotees are not in the governments. They are not in the positions to make decisions. So, there is no discussion about it. When you are not there, if you are not the president of the country, then you are not. You have to accept it. You can't say that I'm not the president, but I can still change the whole country. No, only the president has certain powers you don't have. You may be a nice devotee, that's fine. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he did not get involved with the politics. But he did not tell Indradyumna, King Pratap Rudra, to give it up. He said, "You do your duty. You are a devotee, but you can do your duty." So the different people have different things. So devotees also can be kings or whatever. But see, if you are not a king, then you are not. It's simple. You have to accept it. I'm not saying nobody's qualified. I'm saying right now there's nobody's there. I don't see anybody as prime minister post or president post so far. I haven't seen ISKCON devotee. Yeah, people will always see. My point is, your point is correct. Also, I agree 100%. That Yeah, you can be as a devotee. You should be merciful and have the Prabhupada's mood or Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mood. That's very true, and that's recommended. That absolutely, it's very important. Yes, I agree 100%. But still, ultimately, the responsibility is, Prabhupada said, each one for himself. It's his own responsibility. Others can help you. Others, devotees, they want to help you. I want to help you. But still, you'll have to learn how to be strong and how to develop your. At some point, you will have to be a mature devotee because somebody is going to treat you badly for sure. In the material world, somebody is going to end up mistreating you. Yeah, I don't think you can avoid it. It will be hard to find anybody, any person that has never been mistreated. Or you may even have by mistake mistreated somebody. Or even if you did not mistreat somebody, somebody may have taken offense that why did he look like that to me? He doesn't like me probably. So you have to encourage them by whatever means you can encourage them. You associate, give them your association, give them as much help as you could. But also you have to be careful in giving association. You have to be also very, very strong devotee. Because when you associate with somebody who does not have strong faith and has so many complaints, and if you start listening to those complaints and you think, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Why I am in ISKCON anyways? I think I'm in the wrong place. He's right. So then you're gone. So it's recommended that if you are a very strong swimmer, you can save somebody who is drowning. But if you are not so strong, be careful. You will not be. You probably won't be able to save him. So Prabhupada said, become strong and then help others. What's that? You didn't hear? Yeah. Yeah, that's what he said in the purport. Yeah. No, he said the people are atheist. The atheistic people, they believe in the court system that these different states have. He's referring like that in the sentence. He says those that is the business of the atheist, to just only believe in the court system and not believe in God's system. He's differentiating between the two. If you believe in the court system and God's system, then you are okay. But if you say there is no God, it's only the court decides. That's all I believe. I don't believe in the super soul and all that business. That's what he's saying. Yeah. No, 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 no. So this knowledge is made available to everybody now. Previously, it was like that. You had to be qualified. There were so many strict, stringent rules about getting this knowledge. But Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu he removed all the rules and he said, I'm making it open. So since that, at least for 500 years, it's been open for everybody. And Prabhupada made it available to the whole world, and he doesn't discriminate. He says, distribute profusely this knowledge, these books, give it to everybody. But you have to see when you are in personally, you are talking to somebody, you have to see the guy's level. Because if you speak something that he cannot understand, then it's not going to be very useful. He may not be able to take advantage. So in personal discussion, you have to always see the level at which the person is. Then you talk at his level. Prabhupada always talked at the level of the audience, because otherwise it won't go. Yeah. I probably, yeah. See, whether to give them the money or not to give them the money. That is up to those people who are running the show, who are printing the money. It's their problem, it's their headache. Because they are printing the money and they are making the rules that, we will give this much to this guy and the other this much. So the governments come, different parties come and they put their own rules and they say, okay, we will give more money to the rich people so they can do more industries and more stuff. And then the Democrats come and they say, we'll give more money to the poor people because they need it more than the rich people. So this has been going on ever since. But see, that has nothing to do with the knowledge. The knowledge is given by these books and the system that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving. So that as much as that is going into the society will get real benefit. And it will automatically translate into money and happiness and family life and all kinds of different spheres it will go. But the main thing is that the system that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is giving and these books are giving, that's the eternal system, Sanatan Dharma. That's forever and ever it's been working. This is a working model. Kshatriyas are allowed to collect taxes, yes. Kshatriyas are allowed to collect taxes. Yeah, the system. If you follow the system, you are okay. Yeah.
As far as how much money to tax or all of that, that comes automatically?
No, that's right now it's beyond our reach. We are not in the government. We are nobody to decide. So why discuss something that's not even our issue? Even if I write a whole essay, nobody's going to read it. The books are already there. Who wants to read them? So I don't have to write another book for that. Or try to, go and tell the president that why you're doing this and why you're not doing that.
But if you saw your work, would you say silent?
What's that?
I said, but if you did need him,
If he doesn't want to listen, I can try, but if he doesn't want to listen to me, there's not much. Prabhupada tried his, many politicians in India, he tried his best to tell them, even Mahatma Gandhi, he wrote a letter. So Prabhupada was into it to convince these politicians because even one of them is convinced that would make a very big difference. So if you can convince the leader, that will have a very good result. That's of course true.
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, second chapter, text number 6, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on April 18th, 1974, in Hyderabad, India.
The supreme occupation or dharma for all humanity. is that by which men can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendent Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted in order to complete.
The following is a class on the Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, second chapter, text number 6, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on April 18th, 1974, in Hyderabad, India.
The supreme occupation or dharma for all humanity is that by which men can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendent Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted in order to completely satisfy the self.
सवै पुंसां परो धर्म जतो भक्ति रधो खजि अहैतुकी अप्रतिहता जया आत्मा सुप्रसीदति आत्मा सुप्रसीदति आत्मा sometimes means this body. Atma means the mind, and Atma means the soul also. So, generally, people are interested for the satisfaction of the body. Indriyani pararahu, indriyabha paramana. Body means the senses. Those who are in the lower stage of life, because in the lower stage of life, one thinks that he is the body, just like animal. Animal thinks that he is the body. But in the higher sense, when one is advanced in knowledge, then he knows that I am not this body. Aham Brahmasmi, I am spirit soul. So, actually, as I was discussing in the press conference, this is knowledge. So long one is under the impression that he is this body. I am American, I am Indian, I am South Indian, I am North Indian, or I am black and white, so many bodily concept of life. He is animal. That is the statement of the Shastra, and actually it is so. In the Shastra it says, Jashatma buddhi kunapeti dhatuke sadhik kalatra dishi bhoma yujya jatirtha buddhi salile nakarhiti janeshu abhiggeshu saeva gokhara. Gokhara. Go means cows and khara means ass. Jashatma buddhi kunapeti dhatuke. Anyone who accepts this bag of bones and flesh as self, he is animal. So, in the animal concept of life, I am Indian, I am American, I am Hindu, I am Muslim, I am Christian, because these are all bodily concept of life. Even if I say I am Hindu, I am distinct from Christian or Mohammedan. That means bodily concept of it. Even if I think I am Brahmana, that is also bodily concept of it. So, in the bodily concept of life, there is a system of religion. That religion is different from your religion and my religion. Because you possess a body, Suppose Hindu, I possess a body of Christian or Muslim. Therefore I think you are different from me, I am different from you. But in the higher stage, when one is raised on the platform of spiritual understanding, there is no such thing. Practically you can see, in our Krishna consciousness movement, there are persons from every country or every religion, every cult. There are the devotees who have come from Christian group, the devotees who have come from Jewish group, from Mohammedan group, from Hindu group. You can see practically, we have got all types of devotees. But they have forgotten this bodily concept of life. Practically, you see, they have, if not fully forgotten, very large percentage, they do not think. Otherwise this American would not have come here to take the trouble of preaching Krishna consciousness in India, after taking so much trouble. We cannot give them actually the real comfort which they enjoy in their country. Their standard of life, living, is higher than our standard of life. So, why they have joined this Krishna consciousness movement? Because they have forgotten this bodily concept of life. They are no more proud that I am American or I am European. Why? You know, in the British rule, the Britishers, they are always maintaining the superior complex. They are thinking, because they are European, everyone thinks. If he is in a position in the material world, he thinks like that. That is not false, that is natural. But here it is said, Savai pungsang parodha, jato bhakti adhokhaji. Adhokhaja. God's another name is Adhokhaja. Beyond material conception. Adhakrita akhaja jnanam jatra. Akhaja means direct perception, that I see directly by my eyes. I can hear directly by my ears, or I can smell. Not by direct. Therefore, jato bhakti radho khaje. When one is transcendental to the material senses, then bhakti begins. Jato bhakti radho khaje. Bhakti is not ordinary thing. In the Bhagavad Gita it is also said, Brahma bhuta prasannatma na sochati na kankhati samas sarveshu bhuteshu mad bhakti lavati param. Who is eligible to execute devotional service, bhakti. Those who are engaged in devotional service, they are not in the material platform. We should understand that. Jato bhakti radho khaji. Ahuituki apratihata. And bhakti is not a business. Anywhere we go, there is business. If you give me this, then I shall love you. If you satisfy my senses, then I shall love you. Similarly, the other party, he or she also says, if you satisfy my senses, then I love you. If there is no sense gratification, then I don't love you. That is business. Therefore, adhokhaje, with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, there should not be any business. Ahuituki, that is called ahuituki. No cause, because God shall give me my bread. As in the Christian church they go and say, oh God, give us our daily bread. That is also good, because he has gone to God. The atheists, they do not like to speak of God, what to speak of praying from God. That is atheist class. But, therefore, in the Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Chaturvida bhajanti mam sukriti nod. Artha arthati jigyasu gyani cha bharatas. 4 classes of men who are distressed. One class distressed, and one class who is in need of money, arthati, wants some material enjoyment, and another gyani and jigyasu. 4 classes of men are interested in the subject matter of understanding God. But the condition is sukriti no. If he is pious, if he is sinless, unless one is sinless, one cannot be interested in God. The more we are sinful, we are disinterested in God. Why at the present moment people are disinterested in the subject matter of understanding God? Because they are all sinful. So, therefore Bhagavad Gita says, Chaturvidha bhajante mam sukriti not. Sukriti no, whose background is pious life. In another place Krishna also says, Jesham antagatam papam jananang punyakarmana te dandamaha nirmukta bhajanti mang dirabrita. This bhajan, this Bhagavad bhajan is not for ordinary class of men. They must be very elevated. Therefore, here it is said, Savai pumsang parodham. Para and apara. These two words are there. Para and apara. Para means spiritual. And apara means material. Just like in the Bhagavad Gita in another place. Aparayam itastu viddhime prakritim para. Apara, this material nature, bhumi rapo nalo vayu, this earth, water, fire, air, mind, intelligence, they are material. Bhinname prakriti astadha. Aparayam. But they are apara. Apara means material. Inferior. There is another spiritual nature. What is that? Jiva bhuta. That living entity. Living entity is para. So Krishna is also para. So when the living entity engages himself in the service of the Supreme Spirit, Krishna, that is called parodharma, spiritual religion. Not apara. Apara means material. And para means superior or spiritual. So one has to come to the religious principle on the spiritual platform. That is real dharma. Savai pumsang paro dharma. Jato bhakti radokhaja. It doesn't matter what religious system you are following. Because actually religion means to abide by the orders of God. That is religion. Simple definition of religion. Just like good citizen means who abides by the state laws. He does not break the state laws. Similarly, any person, it doesn't matter whether he is Hindu, Muslim, Christian, or this or that, it doesn't matter. If he is a devotee of the Supreme Lord, then his religious system is first class. Otherwise, samaiva hi keval. That will be stated. If you do not develop generally we are love for these material things. First of all myself, centered around my personal body, then extended in the family, then extended in the society, then extended in the community or nation. In this way you are extending. But these are all bodily concepts of life. When we actually develop our love for God, that is real religion. That is first class religion. Savai pumsang parodham. It doesn't matter. The result, phalena parichaya. Just like a businessman, it doesn't matter what business he is doing. If he has got some money, then we say he is successful business. It doesn't matter whether it is this business or that business. Similarly, it doesn't matter what kind of religion you are following. If your love for God has enhanced, if you understand what is God, if you understand what is your relationship with God, and if you understand what is the end of life, what is the end of, or the object of human life, then your life is successful. Therefore, it is stated here, Savai pumsang paro dharma jato bhakti adhokhaje. Adhokhaje, the Supreme Lord cannot be seen by these eyes. He cannot be understood by these eyes. Atha Sri Krishna namadi na bhaved grayam indriya. India, our present senses are blunt senses. By these senses, we cannot understand what is the meaning of Hare Krishna Mahamantra. But it is so powerful. If you go on chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra, even without understanding, you will be purified, and one day you will understand. This is our movement. Otherwise, how these Europeans and Americans, they never heard what is Krishna. But why they have left everything? They are young boys, young girls. They could enjoy life in their country very nicely. But the name is so powerful. I started this movement simply by chanting this Hare Krishna. Still we are going. So this Hare Krishna Mahamantra is so powerful. You understand or do not understand. If you go on chanting regularly, one day you will come to the platform, you will clearly understand what is the meaning of God. This is Hare Krishna movement. This is Krishna consciousness movement. So our request is therefore that if you want to be situated on the superior platform of understanding the meaning of religion, then this is the only way at the present moment, in this age. Because other processes are very difficult. They cannot, either you follow Hindu religion or this religion, that. Everywhere the process is so difficult that people cannot follow it nicely. Therefore, the Shastra has given the injunction, Harer Nama, Harer Nama, Harer Nama iva kevalam, kalau nastiva, nastiva, nastiva gatirannata. In this age, any religion you follow, you cannot strictly follow the rules and regulations and process. But if you chant this Mahamantra Hare Krishna, Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama iva kevalam, it has been thrice stressed, and at the end it is said only, not any other. Why so much stress? Now Kalo, in this age, Kali, the age of quarrel. Kali means with slight provocation we will fight one another. That is Kali. So Kalo, nastiva, 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 gadirannatha. Therefore, our only request is that anyone who has got little taste for spiritual life, you chant this Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And then many places of this Shastra, it is recommended that Kriti jat dhayatu Vishnu tritayang jajato makhai dapare parichajayang kalotad harikirtana. In the Satyajog, they were all saintly persons. At that time it was possible to meditate. Kriti jat dhayatu Vishnu. That also Vishnu. Meditation on Lord Vishnu. Kriti jat dhayatu Vishnu tritayang jajato makhai. And in the Trita Yug, by performing great sacrifices. And that is also not possible. You cannot perform big sacrifices. It's very costly. You require so much ghee, grains, and distribution of so many things. That is not possible. Kriteja dhayatu Vishnu tritayang jajato dapare parichajayang. Dapar Yog, the temple worship. Now, this we have got in India, especially in South India, many temples, more than 2,000, 3,000 years old. The temple worship is very old, since 5,000, 6,000 years. So that is also not possible. At the present moment, people are so down that they cannot also worship. It requires very vigilance, observation that they are doing nicely. Otherwise they fall down. There are so many temples in India, they are no more taken care. Therefore, they are against opening temple. That's a fact. But still, it has to be done. Anyway, but in the Kali Yuga, Kalautad Hari Kirtana, what you attain in the Sattva Yuga by meditation, what you achieve in the Treta Yuga by performing big sacrifices, and what you attain by temple worship very nicely, you can attain the same result, Kalau in this age, Hari Kirtana, by chanting this Hare Krishna mantra. So, if you regularly chant this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, then the result will be Cheta Darpana Marjanam. Our heart will be clean, because we are in an unclean heart. Therefore, we cannot understand what is God. But if your heart becomes clean, then any position you will be able to understand what is God. Cheta Darpana Marjanam, Bhava Mahadavagni Nirvapana. And as soon as your heart is clean, these material tribulations, the threefold miserable condition of this material world, it is compared with the forest fire. So, forest fire is not very easy to extinguish, but it can be. There is process. That is God's arrangement. When there is rain from the sky, the forest fire is extinguished. Similarly, when mercy from Krishna comes, your blazing fire of material existence will be extinguished. Cheta Darpana Marjanam Bhavama, then real spiritual life begins. So long you are disturbed materially, there is no possibility. But these material disturbances cannot be subsided by your concocted method. It can be subsided by the mercy bestowed by Krishna. That is the process. Samsara-davan alalila-loka. So, spiritual life is real life, material life is not real. Material life is temporary. So everyone can be situated in the spiritual life. Savai pungsang parodam jato bhakti. Simply by being situated in the devotional service of the Lord. Jato bhakti required. So there are many instances in the Shastras. If you refer to the Shastras, Bhagavad Gita is the essence of all Vedic literature. You read it carefully and you are presenting Bhagavad Gita as without any malinterpretation. We don't interpret. We present Bhagavad Gita as it is and it is working. So I am requesting also in India that you read Bhagavad Gita as it is. You understand what is the science of God. Your life will be successful. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
want me to send you a list of these filters?
সারা রাস্তা জব করবে। হরি বল। আখর দেবে শেষ করতে তাহলে আবার নমঃ বিষ্ণুপাদায় কৃষ্ণপৃষ্ঠায় ভূতলে শ্রীমতে ভক্তিবেদান্ত স্বামী ইতি নামিনে নমঃ। श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी इति। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे नमस्ते सरस्वती। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। जय श्री कृष्ण प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे।
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jashamati Nandana Brajavaranagar Gokula Ranjana Kana Yasomati Nand Gokula Ranjana Jasomati Nandana Brajavaranagar Gokula Ranjana Kana Yasomati Nand Gopi Parana Dhanamadana Manohara Gopi Parana Dhanamadana Gopi Parana Dhanamadana Manohara Gopi Parana Dhanama Kaliya Damana Vidana Kaliya Damana Vida Kaliya Damana Vidana Kaliya Amala Harinam Amiya Vilasa Amala Hari Amala Harinam আমি অবিলাস আমলহরি विपिन पुरांदर नवीन नगर बर विपिन पुराण विपिन पुरंदर नवीन नगर बर विपिन पुराण वंशी बदन सुबास वंशी बदन वंशी बदन सुबास वंशी जसमती नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन काना यशो ब्रज जन पालन सुरकुल नाशन ब्रज जन पालन ब्रज जन पालन सुरकुल नाशन ब्रज जन पालन नंदगधन रखवाला नंदगधन रखवाला नंदग गोविंद माधव नवनीत तस्कर गोविंद गोविंद माधव नवनीत तस्कर गोविंद सुंदर नंद गोपाल सुंदर नंद गोपाल सुंदर जसमती नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन काना मती जसमती नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन काना यशोमती नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन जमुना तट चर गोपी वसन हर जमुना तट चर गोपी वसन हर जमुना तट चर रास रसिक कृप माया रास रसिक कृपा माया श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा वल्लभ श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा भक्ति विनोदय श्राय भक्ति विनोदय भक्ति विनोदय श्राय भक्ति श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा वल्लभ बोल श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा बोल श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन नटवर श्री राधा भक्ति विनोदाय साय भक्ति विनोदाय हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया करो मोरे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया करो मोरे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया तोमा बिना के दयालो जगत संसारे तोमा बिना के दयालो जगत तोमा बिना के दयालु जगत संसारे पतितो पावन है तू तब अवतार पतितो पावन है तू तब अवतार मोसम पतित प्रभु ना पाइबे यार मोसम पतित प्रभु ना पाइबे यार हा हा प्रभु नित्यानंद प्रेमानंद सुखी हा हा प्रभु नित्यानंद कृपा बलकान करो आमी बड़ दुखी आमी बड़ दुखी कृपा बलकान करो आमी बड़ दुखी कृपा बल कान करो आमी बड़ दुखी दया करो सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई दया करो सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब कृपा बले पाय चैतन्य निताय तब कृपा बले पाय चैतन्य निताय हा हा स्वरूप सनातन रूप रघुनाथ हा स्वरूप सनातन रूप रघुनाथ भट्ट जुग श्रीजी बोहा प्रभु लकना दया कर श्री आचार्य प्रभु श्रीनिवास दया कर श्री आचार्य प्रभु श्रीनिवास रामचंद्र संग मागे नरोत्तम दास रामचंद्र रामचंद्र संग मागे नरोत्तम दास 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 श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर मोरे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर तोमा बिना के दयालु जगत संसारे तोमा बिना के दयालु जगत तोमा बिना के दयालु जगत संसारे तोमा बिना श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर मोरे श्री कृष्ण श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दया कर मोरे श्री कृष्ण कर मोरे
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Tava kara kamala vaire nakha madhuta singham dalita hiranyakashipu tanavringham kesavadrita narahari rupa jaya jagadisha hare jaya jagadisha hare jaya jagadisha hare kamala hare Jaya Keshavadripa Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadripa Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
ওকে সবাই প্রসাদম হলে চলে যাও, যারা 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 গায়ত্রী করবে গায়ত্রী করবে, যারা প্রসাদম হলে যাবে প্রসাদম হলে চলে যাও, ওখানে গিয়ে প্রসাদ নাও, ওখানে ওয়েট করছে। প্রসাদ নে, যা প্রসাদ নে, প্রসাদ নিবি না?